Fire it up, football. How y'all doing? Let's go. Got a lot to talk about, eh? World Cup decided. A new GOAT in town, or at least enters the chat room. How y'all doing? We got the Christmas holiday right here coming up on us. How y'all doing? I'm excited. Feeling better. Little down week last week. Holiday sweater on. Jurassic Park reference. I don't know. Santa sitting on the toilet. The T-Rex is just bursting through the room. But oh, hello. Who's that at the door? Well, come on in. Oh, good. They're in. All right, let me go take a look and see who it is. And we'll get on with the show. As you can see, we got Dr. Disrespect's DEADROP here. Of course, I'm a founder. We're having a blast with this game. The newest one dropped today. We're going to get into that and more here. It's been fire. Are you guys ready? Hopefully you guys can hear me. I can't actually know. I think it's safe to assume you do, but what is going on, everybody? Hopefully you're having a fantastic holiday as we get ready to leave 2022 behind and enter into 2023. Hopefully you're making your New Year's resolutions, planning your plans for next year, your vacations, your ideas, your things you want to do, and very excited for the future, guys. So we're here at Spit and Fire. Make sure you guys kick that like button. Helps other people find the show, and let's get into it. Love it. Let's go. Chat. Dr. Disrespect's DEADROP, of course, in tow. Talking Leo Messi versus Michael Jordan. Maybe a few others, Tom Brady, whoever else you guys think enters and warrants the GOAT discussion. Because like it or not, Messi has taken a claim to a high place in the precipice of the sports monument of greatness. Otherwise known as GOATs, right? The greatest accolade. Meanwhile, Argentina wins the World Cup. Incredible scenes. Opening up the Discord server, so in case anybody wants to flip it, get their opinion heard. Yeah, I'm excited. The Christmas spirit. Hopefully you guys are too. It's DEADROP, eh? Whole bunch of new stuff. They got proximity chat. Proximity chat. This is still just early access. Still working on the game. We're still sending in feedback. Dr. Disrespect and the team directly. Man, I wonder how much of that earlier you could really hear without turning it down. Sorry if you just got blasted. Let's get a little fill it out, right? Check out the old armory. Interesting. Going now. Stash is empty. We're gonna have to add to that, chat. That will be one of the first things we look to resolve here. Just checking in on the stream, make sure everything's running, looking good, looking kosher. It's McHorter. Speak of him, he shall appear. Angus, the Archduke himself, has arrived. Notable explorer of the unknown. Speaking of notable explorers of the unknown, I was listening to a little report on Hugh Glass today. Maybe we'll listen to that. But I was listening to a little video on Hugh Glass about, I don't know if you guys know Hugh Glass. If you ever seen The Revenant, well, then you might have an idea of who Hugh Glass is. Hugh Glass was played by Leonardo da Vinci in that movie called The Revenant, and it was based upon a true story. And the interesting thing about true story movies is, you know, most of the time they're like, yeah, let's put this in, let's put that in, let's make it a little less boring here. Well, they had to take parts out of the movie from this guy's real life. This guy's life was so huge and bigger than the movies. They had to take parts of his real life story out to make it more believable. That's how crazy this Hugh Glass's real story is. And I think we'll get into that here as well as a little World Cup conspiracy. I got some fun stuff. I like, it's not a Christmas song by NFX. I need the no lyrics version. This gives me like Blink 182 vibes a little bit. Let's listen to this for a minute here.
My parents are both liars. I got gifts but one subscribers. Thanks for the candy basket. Oh, got another jacket. My stocking's filled with acid. Am I dreaming? What just happened? This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. My neighbors compete to see who can put up more blinding lights. The kids all wish away the month 'cause they want presents in sight. This year had me so mad. I've been bad, got coal that is sitting under my tree. I think that my Christmas has died. This is
I dig NFX, dude. NFX does all this sick free music on YouTube. It's a lot of the stuff you guys hear on my show that like you're like, oh, this is a banger. I like it. I'm digging it. I just need the non-lyrical version, right? Turn this down just a touch before we get back into it. I want to. So that's what I got lined up for you here. Let me get these two videos lined up. In addition, I have the FIFA World Cup fixed World Cup video that I thought was so interesting, and we also we gotta get in. Let me find this. To Why the Revenant. Oh, so good. Oh, Buffalo Bill Hickok. We could do that too. Little Buffalo Bill Hickok.
Eva borrowed a skin.
That could be fun. Little Buffalo.
Hey, 42 here.
Well, it's no secret
That could be
Hollywood
real
has a
fun.
habit of
All
crossing
right,
the
let me
US.
just make some adjustments. All right. All right. So the crazy thing about this game we're playing, DEADROP, they just added proximity chat, so people will be able to talk. We'll hear them in game. They'll hear me talking. Chat saying it looks as though if I'm gonna have a white Christmas out here in St. Louis. A very, very, very cold Christmas Eve, December. Ooh. Well, here we go. Well, good luck with that, Angus. Hopefully you stay warm inside with and have some good family or friends or some cheer coming through the doorway somehow, or through the old what's it called, the FaceTime. That's one of the fun things, you know. Maybe we live farther away from our loved ones now as we grow older, but technology has made us be able to get closer than ever with those types of moments. I do appreciate that. The FaceTime in the times where you gotta use it, right? It's not ideal. You'd rather be together. You'd rather be in the same room, but if you're unable to, it's It's certainly a great alternative to not be getting together. All right, we'll pull up a game here. We'll get playing, but before we do, what shall we do here? Should we do Revenant first or FIFA? Let's do FIFA first.
The FIFA World Cup has gifted us with some of world sport's greatest moments. From Maradona's mazy run against England in '86 to Roger Miller's iconic goal and celebration against Colombia 4 years later at Italia '90. But it has also bestowed us with some of sport's most shameful moments as well. Yes, hard as some of you may find it to believe,
yes,
the World Cup has been rife with instances of corruption, cheating, and scandals since the very first tournament took place in Uruguay in 1930. In 1934, for example, when fascist Italy hosted the World Cup, Italian dictator Benito Mussolini allegedly handpicked and personally met with the referees for all of Italy's games. In 1978, Argentina emerged victorious on home soil, but only after a series of controversial decisions went their way.
Chat saying FaceTime's great. When I have family spread out across the country, it works. It helps so much.
World Cup co-host South Korea's passage to the semi-finals was shrouded in controversy,
and
with both the Spanish and the Italians considering their games against them to have been rigged, and with some evidence existing which would support those claims. Those are just 3 examples, but the closer that you look at almost every FIFA World Cup, the harder it becomes to find even just one which is unequivocally clean or uncorrupted. So what is going on here? Has every single FIFA World Cup been fixed? And if so, then fixed by who?
I don't know
the
if
Illuminati?
every World Cup's been
It is all
fixed,
starting to sound very tinfoil
would you not be surprised if a whole bunch
Rest assured, I have no intention of becoming the Alex Jones of football YouTube. I suppose we all know who Ye would blame, but Israel have never won the World Cup, so that can't be it either. In all seriousness, it is a perfectly legitimate question. Has there ever been a clean or uncorrupted FIFA World Cup? Well, in today's video, that is what we are going to try and find out, taking a look at a potted history of every World Cup and their various scandals and controversies, and seeing if any of them can come out of it with a clean bill of health. I will even give them all a dodginess or sussiness rating out of 10 for good measure, starting with the first FIFA World Cup in 1930. There was no qualification process for the 1930 World Cup. It was by invitation only, and 2 months before the tournament began, no European teams had agreed to take part. FIFA President Jean Remy eventually convinced 4 European teams to make the lengthy voyage to South America by sea at the final hour, their journey subsidized by the Uruguayans, but that included none of the big hitters, as England, Scotland, Spain, Austria, Czechoslovakia, and so on all stayed home, and yes, they were Europe's big hitters at the time. The only African team to enter, Egypt, were delayed by a storm at sea, causing them to miss their connecting voyage, and forcing them to pull out of the World Cup. Meanwhile, Japan and Siam, Thailand, also pulled out, leaving only 13 teams to compete. That is just the build-up to the 1930 World Cup, I should say. The tournament itself would be even more bizarre and controversial than that. In a Group 1 game between France and Argentina, France forward Marcel Lampier was thrown a goal when the Brazilian referee blew the final whistle, with Argentina winning 1-0. Fair enough, you might think.
Yeah, but
there is nothing to stop the ref from blowing the final whistle just because a team has a chance on goal, except for the fact that only 84 minutes had been played, and a further 6 were still left on the clock.
6 minutes left in the game, and they're calling the whistle? No, you don't make that mistake. You can't make that mistake. This is one of the first World Cups.
Not with France through on goal, so the game still finished 1-0 to Argentina.
Doesn't pass the sniff test.
Incredibly, had 4 goals disallowed in a single game against Yugoslavia, and went on to lose
this is all in this awesome history book, too.
They got a taste of their own medicine against
Inverting the
host
Pyramid
Uruguay in the semi-final,
by Jonathan Wilson.
having a perfectly good goal chalked out. Meanwhile, the hosts themselves scored one of their 6 goals in that 6-1 trouncing after the ball had gone out of play, but a policeman kicked it back to them without the referee realising. Most extraordinary of all, though, was the fact that Bolivia's manager, Ulises Salcido, was also one of the officials.
How are the players on the other team not screaming out? How is the police playing?
In a game between Mexico and Argentina. Salcido wasn't allowed to referee any Bolivia games, but that is still absolutely mental.
Did you hear that? Let me just repeat that for you. The coach for Argentina was also a referee at the World Cup. The same coach at the World Cup was refereeing the World Cup. Now, this, of course, maybe makes sense back in the day because they had limited amount of people with the skills necessary, but there's obvious conflict of interest here that you cannot allow that.
referee realizing. Most extraordinarily of all, though, was the fact that Bolivia's manager,
Bolivia's
Ulises
manager.
Salcido, was also one of the officials at the tournament, famously awarding 3 penalties in a game between Mexico and Argentina. Salcido wasn't allowed to referee any Bolivia games, but that is still absolutely mental. Can you imagine Gareth Southgate or Louis van Gaal just casually refereeing a few group games at this World Cup? Overall, this was one of the most mental World Cups of all time, and I would give it an 8 out of 10 on the dodgy scale. Next up is 1934, where I'm afraid to say things don't get any better. Hosted by fascist Italy as a propaganda exercise to promote global fascism both at home and abroad, there was next to nothing that was legitimate or uncontroversial about this FIFA World Cup. The 2 best national teams in the world at that time, Uruguay and England, both boycotted, though neither of them because of their issues with Mussolini or fascism. Uruguay boycotted due to Italy and other European nations not having participated in their World Cup in 1930, which they were still pretty irritated about. Meanwhile, England, Scotland, and the other so-called home nations weren't FIFA members at the time and still considered the World Cup to be a bit of a joke. The hosts, Italy, illegitimately had several Argentines in their squad against FIFA regulations.
This is well before 2000.
Had actually started for Argentina in the previous World Cup final.
This is well before Qatar and tried to knock down, you know, those so they could bring in players from other nations. This is in the 1930s. They're bringing in Argentinians to help them win the World Cup. This is also pre-World War II. This is Mussolini we're talking about, and he's picking the refs.
Italy are widely reported to have paid off the Greek FA to withdraw from their qualifier against Italy to ensure that the hosts would actually be present at.
And that wouldn't be the first time a government has been paid off or makes money off of soccer. It's just got to be true.
Their own World Cup. And there are widespread accusations that Mussolini had a hand in picking Italy's referees, leading to pretty major suspicions of bribery and corruption. Those accusations would be backed up by the Spanish, the Austrians, who were the favourites but lost to Italy in the semis, and Czechoslovakia, Italy's opponents in the final, all of whom felt aggrieved by refereeing decisions and that those games had been rigged against them. Czechoslovakia led with just 10 minutes remaining in the final, only for Italy to score a controversial equaliser and then to win the game in extra time. Overall, this is probably the dodgiest World Cup of all time, so it earns a solid 9 out of 10. That brings us to the 1938 World Cup, a tournament played with World War II looming, as Italy wore the black shirts of the fascists and made fascist salutes, as did Germany, but Italy proved that they were an outstanding team by winning a second successive World Cup. Again, though, with the help of several Argentines and without the competition of either Uruguay or England. Europe's strongest team after England, namely Austria,
also have you noticed the pattern here?
World Cup, where they most
the early World Cups weren't featuring even the best teams. The best teams like England or Austria weren't even there. And we'll hear more about Sindelar. Oh, he's a famous, world famous player, and he had a tragic end.
Likely would have been favourites, but the country was annexed by Germany in the Anschluss shortly before the tournament began, forcing the talented Austrian players to represent Germany instead. Austria's starman, Matthias Sindelar, arguably the best man on the planet at the time, but a lifelong anti-fascist, refused to represent Nazi Germany, and 6 months later, both he and his girlfriend were found dead in their apartment in Vienna. As well as Uruguay, Argentina also boycotted in protest at back-to-back World Cups being held in Europe. Meanwhile, Spain couldn't compete because of the Spanish Civil War at the time. There weren't the same shenanigans in 1938 as there had been in 1930 and 1934 on the pitch and in terms of refereeing decisions. But between 1933 and 1949, England played Italy 5 times, avoiding defeat on all 5 occasions, drawing twice, and enjoying a famous 4-0 win in Rome. The fact that England weren't present then, along with Uruguay and Argentina, greatly diminishes the legitimacy of the 1938 World Cup. So, it gets a 5 out of 10. After a 12-year break as a result of war, no one applied to host the 1949 World Cup until Brazil agreed to do so, so long as FIFA postponed the tournament until 1950. FIFA agreed with little other options, but the 1950 World Cup both started and ended in total and utter farce. Germany and Japan were banned from competing following World War II, the Italy team had been decimated in the Superga air disaster, the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, Hungary and Scotland all refused to compete, Argentina, Ecuador, Peru and Belgium all withdrew, and Turkey and India and France and Ireland and Portugal, so there were only 13 teams at the World Cup once again, just as there had been in 1930 at the first World Cup, held in South America since then. England did actually agree to compete for the first time, and were the hot favourites pre-tournament, but they were way past their 1940s.
Stupid me. Dumbass.
England did actually agree to compete for the first time, and were the hot favourites pre-tournament, but they were way past their 1940s best. They were without their two best players, they didn't react well to the food in Rio, to put it nicely, and the FA hadn't taken the tournament seriously whatsoever. In the de facto final, in which the host Brazil only needed to draw in order to win their first World Cup, Uruguay came from behind to beat them, sparking riots in the stands and then throughout Brazil, and even several suicides. The 1950 World Cup was barely legitimate, given so many teams were absent, but on the pitch it wasn't as dodgy as those which preceded it, so it gets a 4 out of 10 overall. The 1954 World Cup was the first World Cup with almost all of the world's best national teams at the time actually present, which I forgot how to mantle, except for Argentina, who were still refusing to participate, and Spain missed out only by virtue of the drawing of lots by a young Italian boy to Turkey. And no, I haven't just made that up.
But how?
That is actually what happened after the two teams drew their World Cup playoff. Luigi Franco Gemma was his name, and he was 14 years old.
Yeah, I'll
but
figure
from
it out
that
later.
point onwards, it would go down to things like goal difference and goals scored rather than, you know, the drawing of lots by a 14-year-old Italian boy. The World Cup saw a major format change. An extra time was introduced in the group stage for games to were level after 90 minutes, but not penalties. So, if games were still level after 120 minutes, then they would end in a draw. The quarter-final between Hungary and Brazil was the most vicious and violent World Cup game to date, disgracing both teams, but Hungary ultimately won 4-2. By far the best team in the World Cup at the time, Hungary were expected to trounce West Germany in the final, unbeaten in over 4 years of football, and having already won 8-3 against the West Germans in the group stage of that World Cup. In the final, though, despite racing into a 2-0 lead after only 8 minutes, Hungary lost 3-2 to the West Germans, in what became known as the Miracle of Bern. Torrential rain, new longer studs, and an injury to Ferenc Puskás all helped the Germans, as did two extremely controversial refereeing decisions, but most controversial of all were the syringes found after the match in the German dressing room. German officials said that their players had only been injected with glucose at the time, with team physician Franz Lugan changing the story slightly and saying that it was just vitamin C in 2004. Others have alleged that the substance was Pervitin, a methamphetamine given to soldiers during World War II, but whatever the truth of the story, none would actually have officially been cheating at the time since there were no banned substances in 1954, and doping itself wasn't banned by FIFA at the World Cup until the tournament in 1966. Still, it isn't a great look, but since so little is known for certain, I can only really give the 1954 World Cup a dodgy score of 5 out of 10. The 1958 World Cup saw a massive
no banned substances, you just made the
Hungary's
case for
golden
10 out of 10
team had been
dodginess.
devastated by the country's 1956 uprising, and Uruguay and Italy both withdrew from qualifying. In 2002, a Swedish mockumentary entitled Conspiracy 58 was released, alleging that the entire 1958 World Cup had been a hoax and that there was no evidence that the tournament actually happened at all. When it was initially released, Conspiracy 58 wasn't sold to the audience as a mockumentary, but as a legitimate documentary, and a large number of people fell for it. It is really well made, and worth watching if you ever get the chance, at least in my opinion. The 1958 World Cup wasn't a hoax though, it did actually happen, and despite a couple of notable no-shows, it was undoubtedly the least dodgy World Cup to date, so it gets a 1 out of 10 on my dodgiometer. The 1962 World Cup that followed was an unusual event all round, hosted by Chile just 2 years after the country had been hit by the largest earthquake ever recorded. That reduced the number of World Cup stadiums to just 4, 3 of them with capacities of fewer than 20,000, and the tournament itself would be almost as violent and unsettling as that earthquake. Marred by both fights and vicious tackles, the Battle of Santiago was the bloodiest fixture of all, as the host nation briefly interrupted fighting with the Italians to play the occasional spot of football, and ultimately, they ran out as 2-0 winners. The violent clash had been preceded by Italian journalists describing Chile as an impoverished dump full of prostitutes, yeah, surprising that didn't go down well, and also describing the locals as being backwards, illiterate, and alcoholics. The Chilean press responded by labeling the Italians as fascists and drug addicts. Outside of that, the biggest controversy was the fact that the tournament star man, Garrincha, was allowed to play in the final despite having been sent off in the semi-final, after Brazil's FA had lobbied FIFA to overturn his suspension on account of him having been antagonised by supporters. As if that makes it alright. Brazil won the final 3-1 with Garrincha in their ranks. This was a thuggish World Cup, and Garrincha's overturned red card mires it in scandal, so it gets a 6 out of 10. The 1966 World Cup is remembered as England's glorious triumph over the entire world, in England at least. But even on a purely factual basis, that isn't true, since not all of the world was present at this World Cup. African national teams, for a start, boycotted the entire tournament. Just like in 1962, this was a vicious and violent World Cup, marred by disgraceful challenges and deliberate attempts to injure opponents, and the Latin American nations in particular were convinced that the officials conspired against them and in favour not just of the hosts England, but of all of the European teams. Antonio Rattin's sending off in the World Cup quarter-final against England after just 35 minutes caused particular outrage. The German referee sent Rattin off for violence of the tongue despite not speaking a word of Spanish, and England went on to win the game 1-0. In the final, of course, there was great controversy over whether or not Geoff Hurst's shot, which struck the underside of the crossbar, actually crossed the line, a question we are never likely to get a decisive answer to, but which the matchday officials chose to award to England as a goal. There are so many controversies that surround the 1966 World Cup, which is still viewed as a scandal throughout Latin America, so it too gets a 6 out of 10. The 1970 World Cup in Mexico was certainly controversial, but primarily in qualifying and in the build-up to the tournament, rather than at the finals themselves. Preceded by immigration and land reform disputes, the CONCACAF qualification playoff between El Salvador and Honduras sparked riots which led to the so-called football war, in which 3,000 people were tragically killed. England weren't immune from a less consequential or tragic, but nonetheless scandalous story, whilst warming up for the tournament in Colombia, when Bobby Moore was accused of stealing a bracelet and was detained in the nation's capital of Bogota. At the World Cup proper, the dodgiest decision, as is so often the case, went in favour of the hosts. In their second group game against El Salvador, with the scores still tied at 0-0, Egyptian referee Ali Kandel appeared to have awarded El Salvador with either a free kick or a throw-in. As the El Salvador team regroups then, Mexico controversially took the free kick quickly themselves, sending Javier Valdivia through on goal, who duly put the ball in the back of the net, with the referee ruling that no offence had been committed. The El Salvador players were so incensed that they refused to restart the game, and when they finally did so, they kicked the ball over the stand and out of the stadium altogether, before conceding 3 more goals in the second half. That incident was certainly more than a little suspect, but since it was fairly isolated and inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, I'd only give the 1970 World Cup a 3 out of 10. At the 1974 World Cup in West Germany, Zaire also took a free kick that wasn't theirs to take against Brazil, though for rather different reasons, which I have made an entire video about, which I would arrogantly recommend watching if you haven't already done so. João Havelange, who served as FIFA's corrupt president from 1974 to 1988, claimed in 2008 that both the 1966 and 1974 World Cups had been fixed, with England and West Germany having been predetermined to win the 2 tournaments as hosts. Havelange offered up little evidence to back up those claims, other than the fact that he thought Brazil were the best team at both tournaments and didn't win, along with the choice of officials in '66, and he was not a particularly reliable source. But this was certainly a World Cup that wasn't lacking in controversy. Even German defender Bertie Botts didn't believe that his team deserved a penalty in the final against the Netherlands, and West Germany have long been accused of somehow setting up the Netherlands players by paying naked women to attend a pool party at their team hotel and threatening to leak the photographs to the press, landing 1 or 2 Dutch players in trouble with their wives and families back home shortly before the final. Ultimately, it is tough to decipher the facts from the fiction in '74, so I can only give it a 3 out of 10 for dodginess. That brings us to the 1978 World Cup in Argentina, which was the most controversial World Cup of all time, for a whole host of reasons, at least until Qatar 2022. Argentina won the right to host the World Cup in 1978, way back in 1966, but there were widespread calls for them to be stripped of hosting rights after a military coup in Argentina overthrew the government and installed a malevolent and deeply idiotic right-wing dictatorship led by Jorge Rafael Videla. FIFA refused, and controversy ensued. Reminiscent of Mussolini's World Cup, and indeed Hitler's Olympics, Argentina's military junta viewed the World Cup as a propaganda exercise at home and as a path to legitimacy abroad. everything appeared to be fixed in favour of the hosts, whether that be the kickoff times, which ensured that they would play last in their group, or a raft of extremely controversial refereeing decisions that all seemed to go in favour of Argentina. The final group game in particular, in which Argentina needed to beat Peru by 4 goals to progress and ended up winning 6-0, has always been rife with fairly credible accusations of bribes, match fixing, and corruption. Even in the final against the Netherlands, who were without Johan Cruyff, who decided not to go to this World Cup, Argentina delayed the kickoff, the referee made René van der Kerkhoff remove the cast that he had worn all the way through the tournament up to the final, and the Dutch didn't seem to get any decisions. Everything about this World Cup was controversial, so it gets a 9 out of 10. I am very sad to say that the 1982 World Cup in Spain, while Spain wasn't a dictatorship at the time, wasn't all that much less controversial. Ironically, totally opposite to Argentina, Spain was actually a fascist dictatorship when they won the right to host the 1982 World Cup, also in 1966, but the process of democratization had begun following Franco's death in 1975. Nonetheless, on the pitch, this was a World Cup which featured the disgrace of Gijón, a game which was fixed by Austria and West Germany to ensure that they both progressed at Algeria's expense, and the entire tournament was marred by violent fouls and what is widely believed to have been the worst officiating all round in the history of the World Cup. With that in mind, combined with at least one game literally having been fixed, forcing FIFA to permanently change the World Cup's rules and format, it has to get at least an 8 out of 10. Colombia were due to host the 1986 World Cup, but following yet another FIFA format change, which meant Colombia couldn't afford to host the tournament anymore, Mexico stepped in to host the World Cup for the second time in only the last 5 editions. Another massive earthquake in 1985, just as Chile had suffered shortly before hosting, didn't exactly help matters. But out on the pitch, there were few genuinely scandalous or outrageous errors that couldn't be chalked up as merely human error. Diego Maradona's so-called Hand of God goal against England in the quarter-finals is one of football's most infamous acts of cheating, and certainly the most contentious at this tournament. But overall, 86 only scores a 2 out of 10. Italia 90, despite having lots of nostalgia in England due to Gazza's tears in England's run to the semi-finals, was actually a terrible World Cup, by almost any measure, from start to finish. The quality of football, the low number of goals, the high number of red cards, this was just a tournament in the doldrums. Mexico were banned from competing just 4 years after hosting, somewhat harshly, as a result of the Cachirules scandal. Brazil maintained to this day that the Argentines spiked their left-back Branco's water bottle with tranquilizer before beating them 1-0 in the quarterfinals, and the officiating in the final outraged Argentina, who had 2 players sent off, the first of which came in the 65th minute and brought about a typically theatrical response from Jurgen Klinsmann. West Germany won the game 1-0. A terrible tournament, potentially rife with underhand tactics, but since most of the allegations are not definitive, I can only give it a 5 out of 10. The 1994 World Cup in the United States was nothing if not chaotic, but there's little evidence to suggest that it was particularly corrupt. Diego Maradona caused the greatest controversy, as he so often did, this time after scoring a brilliant goal against Greece, celebrating like a dog with rabies, getting singled out for a random drugs test, failing that drugs test, being kicked out of the World Cup, and handed a hefty ban from the sport, which effectively ended his career. Still, El Diego alone isn't enough to undermine an entire World Cup, and his drug taking was ultimately spotted and punished, so it only gets a 2 out of 10. The 1998 World Cup, Michel Platini insists, quite credibly actually, was rigged so that the host nation France and Brazil, generally considered to be the 2 strongest teams going into that tournament, wouldn't meet until the final. And that is exactly how
they rigged it.
On the morning of the final, the star of the tournament, Ronaldo, suffered a freak seizure.
I don't know, there's different. They're trying to make an entertaining show, right? So they want the best teams to meet. So they try to orchestrate that.
A series of largely unsubstantiated conspiracy theories. Overall, even if there was some jiggery pokery to stop France and Brazil from meeting until the final, by the World Cup standards, that is child's play, so it only gets a 3 out of 10. The 2002 World Cup is among the most complex, with so many claims and counterclaims, which would require an entire video all of their own.
But we got items that we can at least now go
about
in.
Whether the 2002 World
do
Cup
a little bit
fixed,
more
which
damage.
I would humbly recommend watching after this. But long story short, the co-host South Korea got several favourable decisions from referees, including one ref who was himself deeply suspect. So it gets a 7 out of 10. Germany won the right to host the 2006 World Cup in what was a deeply corrupt bidding process from almost all sides, and there were several controversial incidents on the pitch. English referee Graham Poll gave Croatian defender Josip Simjanic 3 yellow cards before eventually sending
Emptying
off,
the
which
stash.
the Battle of Nuremberg between Portugal and the Netherlands was one of
can't
the
just
most
empty
violent
all.
World Cup games of the
That's a
World
little
Cup,
annoying.
setting a record for the number of cards shown in a
So,
game at any FIFA
I like the
tournament, and
Tarkov
several smaller teams accused the tournament and its officials
aspects,
of
but
showing
I
a big
also
team
don't
bias.
like
Ultimately, this
some of
World
this
Cup was far
inventory
dirtier off the
control,
pitch
because
than on it,
this
so it only scores a 3 out of 10.
is really too
The
much too
2010
tedious.
World Cup was the most rigged of all
I didn't know you could
as
do
far as
that.
the Irish are concerned, since a Thierry
Put
Henry
bullets together
handball
like
prevented
that.
them from even reaching the
That's
finals
really cool.
in England. Not that it did the French much good after. You may recall repeated complaints about the 2010 World Cup ball, namely the
I mean, that's
Jabalon,
cool, but
which
once
apparently
again,
wouldn't stay
tedious.
straight when kicked. England were denied a clear goal against Germany,
Right.
which Germany hadn't crossed the line this time. Mexico were a little bit robbed against Argentina, and the Nigeria president reacted to Nigeria's disappointing showing by announcing that he would ban the national team from playing for the next 2 years.
Oh, it
The
maxes
decision was,
out.
Understandably,
That's
later on.
also
The
annoying.
contentious decisions at this World Cup brought forward things like VAR and
You gotta
goal line
remember this
technology,
feedback.
but they were largely just human error rather than anything more sinister. So it only earns a 2 out of 10. The same is true, broadly speaking, of the 2014 World Cup in Brazil, which was messy off the pitch with mass pre-tournament protests throughout Brazil and several construction accidents.
That's it? That's decidedly why.
But most in-game incidents
My
appeared to be
loot?
merely human error. There were nonetheless the most complaints around officiating since
Let's
probably a
upgrade
time
our
ago.
shoddy.
Mexico had 2 goals wrongly disallowed for offside in the same game, and many felt as though the host Brazil got a lot of favourable
Put that
decisions
barrel
in their
in.
quarter-final victory against
Put
Colombia
sight
in
on.
Brazil. Slightly worse than 2010. to
I
say
don't think we need
not
that.
by much. It
Let's
gets
get
a
this.
3 out of 10. The most recent World
that
Cup
double
in Russia in
triple stock
2018
on.
was obviously mired in
Chip,
scandal
no
and
chip.
drama
Oh.
of how Russia hated
Ah, okay.
Gianni
I see.
Infantino and Sepp Blatter before him was
Alright, so I'll have to bring in a chip out
and
next.
Russia's recent invasions of both Georgia and Ukraine.
Alright,
On the
boom,
pitch,
so-
the biggest controversy came during the group stage, in group
Outfit
stage,
it.
in a
Let's see
much
if I can
milder
upgrade
version
this.
of the disgrace of
Put you on.
as Japan knew that, despite losing 1-0 to
Yeah, I can put a
England,
little
they
thing
would
on there,
progress
sure.
ahead of Senegal by virtue of the fair play tiebreaker, so they did nothing for the last 10 minutes. Overall, 2018
I'll
was
keep that
probably
set
an
off.
8 or 9 out of 10
for
off the pitch, but only a 1
different
out of 10.
gun.
Much the same could be said of the current World Cup
Alright, let's
incident,
take a look
which
at
is
our
the most
stash.
controversial.
We got a backpack.
A vast array of reasons which
Wait,
I
let's
have
see.
exhausted on this
Which
channel,
one can
but which has
only-
been pretty clean on the pitch. With even Japan's contentious goal against Spain,
So I
which
can
led to
modify
Germany being
this?
knocked
What do
out,
you- what
I
do you
think,
mean?
having been rightly judged not to have crossed the line and gone out. I won't rank it just yet, since
Ah,
we are
cool.
only midway through it.
Alright, I see how it works.
Certainly, if Qatar did attempt to fix it in their
Fun.
favour, which
Alright.
they did, they didn't do a very good job of overcoming the worst situation in the entire history of the World Cup.
Oh, this
So
is
that
sick!
is every FIFA World Cup. And
Shiny
the Bugatti
Bugatti is sick now.
None get a 10
Alright.
out of 10, which I suppose would mean that they were as big as
That, alright.
we, but none
Try
quite
the
get
pistol.
a 0 out. The 1934 and 1938 World Cups are undoubtedly the
I
most
thought
suspect of all time. Meanwhile, I think we can say that the 1958, 2010, and 2008 World Cups, whilst far from
Oh, this
perfect,
is not the
were
upgraded
fairly
pistol.
uncontroversial on the
This
pitch
is.
at least. Overall, the average dodginess of every World Cup, and yes, this is a very
Look at
official
this.
ranking based on purely empirical science,
Oh, this is sick.
4.19 out of 10. So,
Alright, so
in
I can
answer
at
to
least
the
do some
question,
damage
has
now.
every single World Cup been fixed?
Alright,
The answer
alright.
is almost certainly not. Has there ever been a
Wait,
perfectly clean or uncorrupt World Cup? Also probably no.
upgrade my
Routinely, of the
paint.
vast majority of World Cups, something controversial seems to go the way of the hosts, but not always necessarily for sinister reasons. And since 1982, there has only really been one World Cup that reached
think I'm gonna park.
pre-1986 levels of dodginess on the pitch. I should say, since some of you might be thinking
Alright,
it,
so let's check
no,
out back
I
out
didn't
the
mention
inventory of
every
my
World
stash,
Cup
so I'm gonna have
scandal,
to get-
controversy or corruption.
What, so you-
scandal. That would take probably about 5 hours, so I had to whittle
are you
it
gonna
down
do
to
with
what I
this
thought
stash?
were the most serious and substantiated at each tournament. Anyway,
Blue steel.
that is it for today's video. Thank you all very much as ever for watching. Hit the like button.
Make left turns difficult.
In that case, let me know your thoughts down below in the comments,
Bitter
and
Cost
make
Tower,
sure that you're
Pain.
subscribed, of course, as I was saying, and have notifications
Scout.
turned on for the one and only
Alright.
HITZ sounds.
Oh, look
You
at
can
this,
also
Sniper
find me
Extended
personally
Mag,
on either
cool.
Twitter or Instagram by
Alright, we
username
don't-
at HITZ7.
Can I get more stash room, or is that just like the limit? Alright, here we go. Chat, so what'd you think of that? Did you lay out
The
an
World
excellent
Cup
case
final is a
for the World Cup potentially being maybe sometimes fixed? Maybe not every time, but more times than not, it's been fixed in some capacity. That doesn't necessarily mean like the winner's been chosen, but maybe the final was prearranged, the teams or something like that. All right, let's get in here because I do not want to lose loot. Only 2 people in. Me. You. You're near. Not need the person. That movement makes me sing. You know what I don't have? Bullets. That's good. These bullets. All right. Little peeky poo. Gotta get out of here, guys. This is celebrating winter solstice. Consuming some winter black lager portal by a local St. Louis brewery. Sounds delicioso. Boy. This gets me out of here, I'll take it. Could use these. I need any more of that. I could use these for upgrades. No idea what these hand things are, so I'll grab a few. Mind if I do? 3-star. Love it. Love it. Interesting. I could take a moment here. Yeah. All right. No movement, no athleticism. I gotta up my game. I could have had him easily. I'm calm, I'm cool, I'm collected. I'm just not tight like a tiger. Lost all my guns, lost all my gunk. I have to go back and get more shit. Let's fuck with the stash. Up my gun, I gotta go get a pistol. 3 pistols always nice, but grab one of those. Unless I got something better. I mean, 3 pistols, so start there. Let's upgrade it. Dang, Garrets are spitting fire. What's the word? Just playing a little Dr. Disrespect, enjoying that last of that World Cup, talking a little is Messi the new GOAT? Has he finally beaten Ronaldo? I think so. I've actually been turned. Long time ago, I was like, oh yeah, Messi greatest. And then at a certain point, Real Madrid came to town. And Ronaldo didn't come with them. But Christian and Gareth Bale did, but all the same, Ronaldo turned my head at that point. All the things he was doing with Real Madrid, and I thought, you know what, maybe he is the greatest of all time. Maybe he's the GOAT. And I started thinking, oh, Ronaldo's great. And I moved away from Messi, moved away from Barcelona. And then this World Cup, Messi just grabbed us all and just said, hey, I am the greatest. I'm the greatest of all time. And I think he made a case that he's actually the greatest soccer player of all time. He's above Maradona, above Pele. No one comes close to Leo Messi. And the reason is competition. Who he did it against. Let's take a look at this. I don't think I'm gonna like that gun. A little too complicated. We'll run it for a second here. Oh no, we can't do that. I don't want to run with that. That off. Bring you back on. And let's separate you. I don't want you together. No way. Unequip. Alright, let's go back into the game. But for me, I'm realizing Messi's the greatest soccer player, and he's above Maradona, above Pele. Pick the 10 greatest players of Pele's generation, plus Pele. Put that team against Messi and the 10 greatest players of his generation that he's played with throughout his career. Throw Xavi in there. Throw Kylian Mbappe in there. And just those 2 guys alone, I don't know how anybody on that other team with Pele and the old legends would ever deal with those types of monsters. Yeah, Garrett's saying it's very close between Ronaldo and Messi for me, but I do agree that after with that World Cup win, statistically, that should seal the deal for Messi. I think so too. And before this tournament, I was like, even with Ronaldo's fallout with Man United, I'm still like, you know, Ronaldo will figure it out somewhere. It looks like he might be figuring it out in somewhere in the Middle East, to the tune of a lot of money. We meet 2 players in here. Come on. Already that close to me? I hear you. I'm listening to Christmas music. Where are you, behind me or in front of me? You'll never know. I hope I find out. But got a backpack, we got some floppies. Just me and you in here. Up or down? I guess saying agree that Messi is the GOAT. As Dan says, that's a seal in the deal in this case. It is going to be detrimental to CR7's legacy with him playing in the Saudi League. I think so. He's going out with a whimper. I think meanwhile, Messi signed on for another year with PSG, going for another Champions League try before he probably absconds off to the MLS and Inter Miami in a season or 2 here. I mean, how many more seasons do you realistically see Messi staying at PSG, staying out in Europe? I do see Messi coming to MLS. I'm thinking 2 seasons myself. What are you guys thinking? Dad dropped in Christmas music. How it ought to be, right? Oh, that was you. I thought you were near me, mysterious person I'm playing with. I don't need blue steel. Nothing. Waste of a run of a corner. Right. Oh, ouch. Did I just lose? Did I really? I think that should be slightly different. I gotta be a little... Come on. Eh. I gotta refill some health, otherwise I'm EE. Especially because he's lurking near me. He wants to fight. Calling for blood. He's got all the upgrades though. I have none. Hang saying, Dan saying that I agree the Saudi deal was all cash. I can't. It's almost embarrassing. I think it's almost embarrassing. Yeah, Garrett, you're saying that he'll break some records. However, that talent level just won't be as high he'll be playing against. I've got to run. Cook dinner for me and the kids. Good luck. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Greatly appreciate you stopping by and saying hello, talking a little soccer. It's always fun. And you're saying, in my mind, the lack of talent there, the lack of talent level that he's going to be playing against, really going to hurt Ronaldo's legacy. I heard you fire. You were near me. But I need help. He's got upgraded weapons. Oh, I do not. Shit. We're going down, we're going down. Shit. A gun. You all saw him. He had a gun. Shit. You. Bullets. Healing station. Yes. Fully healed. You see that? That's cool. I like that. Use another backpack. Always could use another backpack. The king. Ooh, hello. Drop you. How do I throw it out of my inventory? Right? How do I drop it out of my inventory? No, I'll keep the pistol. Lose the barrel. Use that, I could use that. But I need to clear out space for shoddy. Thank goodness. Alright. We can at least defend ourselves. Guns plus Christmas music. I bet that Santa would secretly approve of this. Absolutely. Alright. 20 seconds. It'd be nice to get out with a couple guns here. Exploring. Whoa! Scared the shit out of me. Let's get that out. Let's bring you in. Bring you up there. Let's bring you with home. Bring you home. And let's toss you in there. See if you can. I'm nervous. I'm gonna run into him. Risking it. Try and be quiet. Oh, hell yeah. Right? Drop these off, bring you with. Hell. look at this. Take that, leave you, pick you up, bring you home. All right, looks like a good haul. Woo! Out! Woo! Good haul. Needed some upgrades there, chat. Oh man, wait till you hear this thing about the Revenant. This Hugh Glass guy, I guess I could tell most of it from memory, maybe. But Hugh Glass, man, was basically like an American. Got dragged into being a pirate, and then turned into a frontiersman. Knew other famous characters like possibly Jim Bridger, another famous frontiersman. That is actually a mystery about whether or not he knew Bridger, because during the expedition that he was left behind on, the one that was made famous in The Revenant, there was a young guy left behind to watch over Hugh Glass by the name of Bridger, right around the age of Jim Bridger when he was starting off in the wilderness out there, working for some trapping company, the Colorado Fur Trade Company. And they had some great frontiersmen working for him. I think they also had Buffalo Bill, and Wild Bill. So Wild Bill Hickok, Buffalo Bill, no relation, two different guys, but they've crossed paths back in the day. But so this Hugh Glass guy gets roped into being a pirate for a little. Well, he's on you know what? I can't do the justice story. I think that we'll listen to this here.
Hey, 42 here. It's no secret, is enough. But here's the funny thing. Whilst it's absolutely true that Hollywood had its wicked way with Hugh Glass's story, if anything, the fictional retelling was actually significantly less epic than the real events of his life. I mean, they didn't even mention the part where he was forced to become a pirate, or the bit where he watched his friend burnt alive with slivers of superheated pine. And no, I'm not making that up. This is the true story of Hugh Glass. A tale so incredible, Hollywood toned it down to make it more believable.
That all my stashes?
Now, I have to admit, I get frustrated when companies treat my personal data like a commodity that can be bought, sold, and auctioned to the highest bidder. And recently, it's been an issue that's been concerning me even more since the number of data breaches worldwide is on the rise. In 2021, there were 68% more breaches than the year before. There are hundreds of data brokers out there, but did you know there are many different types too, such as marketing data brokers that collate your online browsing habits and sell it on for marketing purposes. There's also financial information brokers that collect your financial and background information and sell it to credit companies and banks. It's all incredibly concerning, if you ask me. So that's why I'm using Incogni. Incogni reaches out to data brokers on your behalf, requests your personal data removal, and deals with objections from their side. I remember I once looked at a sofa online just once, and ever since I've been seeing advertisements for that same sofa and others all around the web.
No chips.
I don't know about you, but I don't take too kindly to being stalked by furniture, and that's why I love Incogni, because it can help put an end to but
this is nuts. Listen to the story.
Sometime around 1783 near Philadelphia. These days we know him as a famous frontiersman and bare-knuckled boxer of bears. But when he first pinged into existence on history's radar, he was actually a sailor. His ship was attacked by pirates somewhere off the coast of what is now Texas in 1819. Most of the crew were killed, but after acquitting himself particularly well in the fight, Glass was given a choice: ally with the pirates or join the rest.
Or join the pirates. Or join the rest of his crew dead on the
of his crew, leaking blood and guts on the deck.
Right.
After deliberating for several microseconds, Glass chose the former. As is the case with most bold career changes, becoming a pirate wasn't easy. For one thing, there was a lot more raping and pillaging than Glass was used to, and despite having a solid work ethic, he never really took.
That makes sense. He didn't really take to that way of life. Bullets in. All I can do is 100. Okay.
To it. At what I like to think of as his first pirate annual appraisal, Glass's new
be nice if see how I have these I wish I could stash more than one. But let's
boss, the notorious pirate Jean Lafitte, was not pleased.
I believe it.
As punishment for his perceived crimes, Glass was set to stand trial before Lafitte, besides another condemned crew member. Both men knew their fate would be a long war.
Can I make more room? Yes. Oh, thank goodness.
From a short plank. So they made a run for it, which quickly became a swim for it. They were 2 miles out to sea at the time, but somehow both of them made it to shore alive, where they...
All right, looks like we are organized.
Set about living off the land, avoiding search parties and trying not to get eaten by cannibals.
He's living the Robinson Crusoe life with his buddy.
They were in Karankara territory, a Native American tribe well known for their predilection for human flesh. I should
they're
point
on
out
the
that there's
edge
no evidence
of
to Karankara
Texas
were actually cannibals.
and Mexico.
The rumor seems to have been started by Spanish colonists, and it stuck. Still,
Way back in
Glass
the
and his buddy didn't know
1800s.
that, and quite understandably, they had no intention of putting it to the test. Keeping a low profile, the two men headed north in search of friendly settlements. 700 miles later, in what is now Kansas, they were captured by members of the Pawnee tribe. Now, on the bright side, the Pawnee weren't cannibals. On the shit side, they did practice ritual human sacrifice.
What?
Yay. Soon after they were caught,
No bueno.
Glass's traveling companion was stripped naked.
Well, listen,
and
this is a
burned
true
at the
story.
stake. As he
This
died,
is the Revenant
his writhing body was
guy.
stabbed repeatedly with burning splinters of pine wood. Glass would have been next, but as the tribesmen began to
So his buddy's taken down. The tribe takes down his buddy he's been living on an island with, and what does he do?
prepare him for the ceremony, he reached into his pocket and produced a vial of a red ore called cinnabar, which he presented to the tribe's chief with a deep bow and awaited his fate with dignity. Cinnabar was highly prized by the Pawnee, and the chief was so impressed with the gift, as well as the gravity and respect with which it had been given, that not only did he spare Glass's life, he accepted him into the tribe. It's thought that Glass went on to live with the Pawnee for several years, and there's a pretty good chance his later
Like this other gun. With that. Yeah, there we go.
feats of survival were made possible, at least in part, by the things he
Look at that, that's sick.
learned from them. So there you have it. Boba Fett was actually a prequel to The Revenant. Anyway, he left the tribe sometime in the early 1820s, making his way to St. Louis, where he responded to an advert to join the recently formed and soon-to-be world-famous Rocky Mountain Fur Company.
Rocky Mountain Fur
founded by
Company.
William Ashley and Andrew Henry, was seeking tough men to join a 2,000-mile expedition up the Missouri River to the recently established Fort Henry, which was to serve as a base for fur trapping,
So
both
cool.
on the river itself and
Love
in the
this
Rocky
history.
Mountains to the west. The men who joined that now legendary expedition will come to be known as Ashley's 100, and they were some of the toughest men ever to have lived, including some now household names like Jedediah Smith and Jim Bridger.
Jedediah
Progress
Smith.
up the river in 2 large boats was slow but steady until an attack by members of the Arikara tribe left 14 of Glass's new colleagues dead and many more injured. Glass himself was shot in the leg during a skirmish, and the men were forced back downriver. Founders William Ashley and Andrew Henry had sunk a huge amount of capital into the expedition, and returning home empty-handed simply wasn't an option if the fledgling company was to survive.
Nope. So they
With the Missouri
separated.
deemed too dangerous, the group split into 2. One, led by Ashley, went west in search of beaver and immediate profits, whilst the other, led by Henry, and
Easier.
including Glass, went north to Fort Henry on foot, in the hope of bypassing
And meanwhile, they're all
the
dealing with
Arikara.
Indians, tribes, people I've never
The
met
plan was
before,
only
never
partially
met
successful,
never
and the
met
group ended up in several more
Europeans
minor
before.
skirmishes with the locals. But for Glass, the biggest danger wouldn't come from muskets and tomahawks, but
Or
teeth
Americans.
and claws. He was out hunting one day when he heard a sudden commotion in the undergrowth.
Cocaine
He
bear.
turned to see a massive shape hurtling towards him at full speed, and he
Cocaine
had just enough
bear!
time to raise his rifle and fire before the creature was on him. If you've seen The Revenant, you'll know exactly what happens next.
If you've seen
Glass
Cocaine
had
Bear,
inadvertently
you'll know
struck
exactly what
both a
happens
grizzly
next.
bear and her cubs. Grizzlies aren't exactly friendly at the best of times, but a mother with her young is the dictionary definition of overprotective. Glass was mauled to an inch of his life. Now, the way the story's usually told, he managed to stab the bear to death during the struggle, but the truth is, an adult grizzly in full-on attack mode is practically invincible once it gets up close. And chances are, it was Glass's companions, alerted by his screams, who brought the bear
makes
down
sense,
and
right?
sustained massive fire. To begin with, they thought Glass was dead too, until someone noticed his chest was still rising and falling.
He lived through a bear attack, and they thought he was dead.
Amazingly, death was not yet calling, but one of his legs was broken, and his back was so badly lacerated that his ribs were...
Wait, why am I using my inventory? Alright.
visible beneath his bloody skin. It was obvious to everyone that Glass wouldn't last. So they made him as comfortable as they could, strapped him to a makeshift stretcher, and continued on.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, cool.
Away. They didn't get far. Glass was a dead weight, severely hampering their pace in this treacherous place. They were
What do you
still in
expect?
Arikara territory, after all. With little other choice, Henry offered a reward of $80, the equivalent of a couple of grand in today's money, to
Couple
any
of
men who would stay
grand!
behind with Glass
80
in
bucks?
his final hours to give him a proper Christian burial. Two men stepped forward.
Can you
the
imagine?
first was a veteran trapper named John Fitzgerald,
Listen
and
to
the
this.
second was a 17-year-old rookie, identified only as Bridger. Some historians believe this was probably Jim Bridger, who would go on to become one of the world's most famous frontiersmen of the old American West. Fitzgerald and Bridger no doubt assumed they were going to make some easy cash. Glass was at death's door, with the only sign he hadn't already been invited inside for tea and hobnobs with the Grim Reaper being the occasional flicker of the eyes. But day after day went by, and whilst Glass
And he's
certainly wasn't
living.
getting any better, he wasn't dead either. Fitzgerald and Bridger were getting twitchy. Nobody had expected Glass to live this long, and $80 was beginning to look like inadequate compensation for this dangerous task.
There's
After
still
5
bears,
days
there's
went by
still
with
Indians.
No sign of Glass expiring, they decided to act. They took his rifle, knife, and flint, and left him for dead.
That's
The two men
why they
reached
took
Fort
his
Henry
shit
just a couple of
and
days
left
after the rest
that
of the
like
group,
that. That's
and duly
a little
confirmed
evil.
that Glass was dead and buried.
They
Safe
should
in
have
the
at
knowledge
least
that
left
there
him
was
some
no
things
way he
to
could
defend
possibly
himself.
come back and prove them wrong. I'm guessing they'd never seen The Lion King. Glass, meanwhile, had broken from his
Of course they
stupor,
didn't see The Lion
still
King.
alive, but in dire straits. He managed to splint his broken leg, but the rest of his injuries were beginning to fester, and he had no supplies or survival gear.
Smart guy
Pretty
though.
much the only thing
From what he
did
learned
have
down in
was a
those
burning desire to get his revenge on the
when he
men
was
who'd robbed him
back
and
in those
left him
pirate
to die
days,
alone in the
pre-pirate
wilderness,
days,
hundreds of miles from
post-pirate
home.
days.
They say the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, but that assumes one can actually walk. Hugh Glass's long road back to civilization most likely started with a 3-inch scrabble and a very loud scream. Most people would have given up there and then. He was 300 miles from the nearest settlement, a small trading post called Fort Kiowa. And the journey there presented a whole host of hazards. But Hugh Glass was not most people. He was an ex-pirate who'd survived being shot in the leg and mauled by a bear, and who'd learned to survive in the wilds of North America from the very people who'd lived there for millennia. Day by...
Man, internet is not cooperating. Day by day, he crawled. Anything special in here? Nope.
By day, he dragged himself onwards, drinking water from streams and mashing passing insects into his
I'll work on
mouth
that.
for nourishment. After about a week of this pitiful existence, he stumbled across a pack of wolves feasting on a buffalo calf. He waited patiently for the
This is
predators to eat
Thoughty
their
2
fill, then dragged himself
by
over
the Revenant
to the carcass.
Hid. The disturbing
it was a find
truth.
that very probably saved his life. He set up a makeshift camp nearby and gorged on buffalo meat until his strength returned. As he slowly recuperated, he allowed maggots to proliferate in the worst of his wounds.
Little
Now, that
tricks.
might sound like a truly terrible idea, but maggot
he
therapy
knew.
is actually an FDA-approved biotreatment for various ailments, even today. In Glass's case, the writhing yellow larvae ate away his rotting flesh, preventing gangrene. He
No
was still badly
gangrene?
wounded,
You're not
but
dying
when
then.
he set out again for Fort
Or
Kiowa, he
one
was
less
able
reason
move
to
far
die.
more freely. When
Especially
he
on
hit
the
Missouri
Oregon
River
Trail.
soon afterwards, he either borrowed a skin boat from a friendly tribe of Lakota, or possibly fashioned his own, depending on which source you read. Either way, the next leg of his journey was significantly smoother than the first. He simply floated downriver all the way to Fort Kiowa, arriving approximately 6 weeks after his date with destiny at the
Wow.
paws of the grizzly. After this epic journey back to civilization and safety, you might think Hugh Glass would have put his feet up for a bit. But whilst most of his physical injuries had healed, the mental ones had not. The men who'd abandoned him to die were still out there somewhere, living their lives as if nothing had happened.
Bridger!
Glass was
Bridger!
determined to put that right. After just
Bridger
a couple of
lived in
days at the
constant
fort, he
fear.
heard about a new expedition heading back up the Missouri
That
in the
Hugh Glass
direction
is
of
just
Fort
gonna come
Henry,
through those
where
trees
he
and
assumed
find him.
Fitzgerald and Bridger would be waiting. Glass signed up immediately. It turned out to be an eventful trip. The expedition was only due to go as far as a group of villagers about halfway between Fort Kiowa and Fort Henry, and so Glass planned to hike the rest of the way on his own. The day after he split with the other members of the group, they were ambushed by the Arikara, and every single one of them was slaughtered.
What?
Glass did have a run-in with the Arikara himself. He only narrowly escaped with his life after warriors from a rival tribe came to his aid. When
Wow.
he finally arrived at Fort Henry after 6 weeks on the river and a month of solo hiking, instead of an epic showdown with the men who'd wronged him, he found absolutely nothing. Fort Henry had been abandoned, and according to a note he found pasted to the door, relocated nearby. In the end, he strode into Fort Henry 2.0 more than 4 months after he'd been mauled by the grizzly. The men stationed at the fort must have thought they were seeing a ghost.
Wow.
After all, they had it on good authority that Glass was dead and buried. Not our friend Bridger, though. He knew exactly what he was seeing. A big fucking problem. I think everyone can relate to that horrible sinking feeling you get when someone catches you in a lie. I'm guessing Bridger
about a
felt
dead
it
guy
too.
who's
Only
alive?
worse, because his lie was also pointing a gun in his face.
Yeah.
In the end, he needn't have worried. Glass was out for revenge, but he was also a reasonable man. Bridger seemed to be genuinely remorseful for his crime, and after pleading his case to Glass,
He's a young
the
kid.
grizzled frontiersman ultimately decided that, as the older man, the real blame lay with Fitzgerald. Unfortunately, Fitzgerald had left the camp more than a month earlier to join up with the army at Fort Atkinson.
Yeah,
in what is now
Bridger was a
Nebraska.
young kid.
But by this point, winter had set in, and it was a full 2 months
Inexperienced.
before Glass could set off in not-so-hot pursuit.
Easily
After
swayed.
another long hike and yet another deadly run-in with the Arikara, Glass finally made it to Fort Atkinson, where he found himself face-to-face with John Fitzgerald. Glass was a simple man. He didn't embark on some long speech or ask Fitzgerald to explain his actions.
What'd he do, just stick him with a
simply pulled
knife?
out his gun, leveled it at Fitzgerald's head, and did absolutely nothing.
Wow.
Just at the moment he'd been about to pull the trigger, a nearby army officer pointed out that murdering a member of the American military in cold blood was a capital offense. In other words, if Glass shot Fitzgerald, he'd be hanged immediately. It must have taken a huge amount of willpower to lower
Wow,
his weapon.
wow.
Remember what he'd come through to get to this point, but lower it, he did. However, he left Fitzgerald with a parting promise. If he ever left the protection of the army, Glass would find him, and he would kill him.
Wow.
Because he had a very particular set of skills. Skills he'd acquired over a very long career. Glass would live on the American frontier for the rest of his life. Trapping, trading, hunting, and exploring.
so awesome.
He was a veteran of many battles with the various tribes whose lands the United States of America was slowly claiming for its own. But it was in 1833, at the approximate age of 50, that his luck finally ran out. He and 2 fellow trappers were ambushed by a large party of Arikara braves whilst crossing a frozen river. They were all shot, robbed, and finally scalped. In the years since, Hugh Glass's remarkable story has, quite rightly, achieved legendary status. But as with many legendary tales, there's a fairly good chance that some of it isn't true. Much of what we know about Glass's life comes from sources that are hard to trust entirely, and rumour has it, Glass himself was fond of telling tall tales, particularly when they concerned himself. Exactly where we should draw that line between fact and fable is up for debate, but one thing's for certain. Even if only a tenth of the stories told about Hugh Glass are true, he was undeniably one of the most remarkable men and greatest survivors ever to have lived. Thanks for watching. Hey, 42 here. Charles Lechmere was and Lechmere assumed she was passed out drunk. But before he had a chance to investigate...
Wow, so let's listen to this real quick.
George Rogers Clark was born on November 19, 1752, to John and Anne Rogers Clark in Montessori.
The brother of Jonathan Clark and William Clark of Lewis and Clark.
Search of
Monticello, Virginia. During his youth, Clark was taught by Donald Robertson, who was a well-known educator. George Mason also taught Clark, but not in the classroom setting. When Clark turned 20 years old, he purchased Euclid's Elements and surveying equipment and began to practice surveying. Clark is most known for his military career, which was long and successful. He took part in many battles
In
and moved
Illinois,
up the ranks.
in
1774,
Missouri.
he fought in the Crisap Wars. He was a captain of the Pittsburgh Militia during Lord Dunmore's War, and in 1775 he helped survey and plan the community of Leesburg, which is now part of Frankfort, Kentucky. He went to Williamsburg, Virginia as a delegate from Harrodsburg to help raise support for the creation of Kentucky County out of Fincastle County, Virginia. On December 31st, 1776, Kentucky County was formed and Clark returned with hundreds of pounds of gunpowder to help settlers defend themselves from Native American attacks and other foes. At the start of the Revolutionary War, Clark went to Virginia Governor Patrick Henry and laid out a secret plan to attack British-held forts in the Ohio area.
Give me liberty or give me death. Dude, so the Clarks were really involved. And this is William Clark's older brother, George Rogers Clark. Let's see, William was born July 1st, 1813. And George is born November 19th, 1752. Wait, no, I didn't read that right. William Clark is born 1770. Meanwhile, his older brother was born in 1752. Jonathan Clark was born in 1750. He's the oldest. These guys were some awesome, crazy dudes. There's some crazy stuff for America. But you know, just a little history, a little walk down history lane there for a moment before we let's get back to it. Let's pull it back in. Yeah, there we go. I can say that in Missouri schools, it's constantly taught about Lewis and Clark. That'd be a bit of overkill. Yeah, we got a lot of Lewis and Clark, and that's why I was like, when I learned about Clark's brothers, I was like, this is so cool. Why didn't we learn about these guys? Like, instead of like just pounding Lewis and Clark into us, show us a couple of these things. For me, it was cool to learn some of the Illinois links, what they did to help settle Illinois, to help get Illinois to where it was at, where Chicago became a place on the map. Not that they directly had to do with Chicago, but just the work that they did, the stuff that they did led to a lot of changes on the frontier in interesting ways. Alright. Now, let me do a little muck about. Changing some things. Want Want to move some clicks, boom. Because I got the music playing. I like the Christmas music, guys. All right, so boom. Oh, that's cool. All right, cool. So it doesn't use my thing. All right, I'm going in with a loaded dash. Let's do it. We're going in. We're going in dangerous. There's proximity chat in this game. I don't have to turn it on. I don't have to press anything. They'll hear us talking. So when I'm talking to you guys, people near me in game, they hear me. They're gonna be like, "Who's this fucker talking to?" Adjustments. Here we go. 3 players. Alright, we're jamming. Whiskey. Went for it. Okay, we'll just pick it up for now. I don't know what those discs do. Woo! Risky, I know. Especially with all my loot. So I was like, I don't want to be over here. Gotta be athletic. Let's go check out over here. Interesting. I gotta turn this music down. Just a touch. I gotta hear in game. Okay. Boom. There we go. All right, we're sitting pretty, boys and girls. Woo. Going to the Illinois State Museum in Springfield is very interesting. Says Archduke himself, dude. It is so cool. That is such a cool museum. Another good one, the Chicago Museum, near close to Wrigley Field, kind of. I definitely agree with going down to visit Springfield, check out Lincoln's grave. Absolutely otherworldly. Cool history down there. Get to see Lincoln's house where he made history. You can reflect upon that history and the world the way it used to be back then. And how far we've come as a people. Because like what the things he had to do and had to change, it's incredible. Not great upgrades, but nope, we don't want to go there. I like this tune. Something SpongeBobian. Getting SpongeBob vibes. One player left. Never been to the Chicago Museum. Chicago history, though, is interesting. Might have to check it out. Great Chicago Fire to talk about in there, which to me, I don't know if we got the whole story there. Keep athletic. Ooh. Use that. See this gun? Not too shabby. Go to Springfield, and there's more than just Lincoln stuff in Springfield. Of course, there's a lot of history of Illinois. And there's a lot of connections of Illinois in St. Louis. Action beginning soon. Careful. Replay. Getting so close to the end here, and I could use a nice little get out of here and loot. Nothing here. Good. Thought I just heard him. God fucking dang it. The creep. Playing with a freaking psychopath. Jeez. Crouchy, no life. fuck you. Should have known better. I did hear him. And he could hear me when I'm talking. That's so funny, chat. So when I talk, he hears me. He's probably playing like a sneaky rat. No mic. Chat saying one of my favorite Illinois destinations is the Cahokia Mounds. About 18 miles from St. Louis City. So the recent Graham Hancock show, Ancient Apocalypse, was talking a bit about these mounds. I think they briefly maybe mentioned Cahokia, but they were concentrating more so on mounds in Ohio and mounds in Louisiana. However, these mounds, a little similar in construction and not found in many places around the world. And their similarities, of course, you know, maybe there's some sort of linkage there between these mounds. And the question is also for both the archaeologists and the Graham Hancock documentary is, what is the purpose of these mounds? Some of them seem like they are lined up with the sky in some ways, and some of them are not. And so it's some good questions to ask, though. It's interesting. Thought it was a good little show. Fuck. A little rat. Fucking little rat, chat. Just... They're just like, eh. They're like, oh. And then as soon as they hear me go back up, and they're like, ah! You can't see me, because I'm a ghost. All right. Going to bring in a weapon. What all we can do, right? I think there's any other upgrades I can make. Yeah, no. Unfortunately. Yeesh. Come on. Trying. I gotta take a quick restroom break. Give me just a minute here, chat. Chat saying Cahokia has a wooden version of Stonehenge, Woodhenge, which seems to be aligned with the skies, and so do some of these other locations around America. It's very interesting, and yet archaeologists are like, you know, we don't know what they are, and the Indians in the area, they might know what they are. Why don't we ask them, right? All right, so let's see. No, I want something updated. I want something Graham. Yeah, give me something Graham Hancockian. Yeah, I think that this is great. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So let's listen to this for just a moment here while I run to the restroom here for a moment.
You know, because of this show, I got banned from Egypt. That's the very clever way for archaeologists to make sure that no criticism can come in of their sites, is just of their take on things. It's just a ban critic from coming there. I got banned from Serpent Mound in Ohio. Can you imagine that? I mean, Serpent Mound is a national landmark. People should not get banned from going there.
When you say banned, meaning you tried to go there to film or just to visit?
when we approached them to make an episode of my Netflix series at Serpent Mound, initially they were welcoming, and then they heard that Graham Hancock was presenting the series. And immediately they turned around and said, no, filming permission is refused because Hancock's views differ from our own. Well, I was able to make a virtue of that in the sense that I stood at the gates of Serpent Mound, which were closed, and I read out their letter where they say that just because I don't agree with them, they won't allow me access to the site. Fortunately, we have masses of footage, drones, and other things, and we were able to do the show. But it shows, again, the limited mentality. People must be very insecure in their ideas if they actually have to ban critics from expressing alternative ideas.
And what is the significance of Serpent Mound?
Well, the first and foremost thing is it's an incredible, beautiful, amazing site, which everybody who can get to Ohio should go and see. It's just a most incredible place. But secondly, there are indications that it's much older than it's supposed to be, and that has particularly to do with the way that the jaws of the serpent line up to the setting sun, and because the changing positions of the sunset due to changes in the Earth's motion.
So this is it here?
That's it there. We're looking at that's the head of the serpent, and it's looking straight at the setting sun. And this alignment was perfect about 12,500 years ago. It's slightly off today, and that's because of changes in the rising point of the sun over thousands and thousands of years. And that's what they don't like. They don't want Serpent Mound to be older. There's one group of archaeologists think it's just 1,000 years old. Another group think, well, maybe it's 2,500 or 3,000 years old. But the notion that it might be 12,000 years old is something they don't want anybody to hear, really.
And is the evidence that it's 12,000 years old just based with the alignment of the sun, or is there other evidence?
No, there's other evidence as well. There's material from that time that have been found at Serpent Mound, but archaeologists consider it to be irrelevant to the date of Serpent Mound.
Yeah, material, like what kind of material?
Carbon datable material, objects, bits of wood that were burnt. People were there, people were doing stuff. It's clear that that site has been constructed and reconstructed multiple times over thousands and thousands of years. And this is a theme
They tend to do this
that I've found
in
throughout
places.
Making Ancient Apocalypse. That
Sacred
when you look at
grounds.
a particular site, what you're looking at is the latest incarnation of that site.
Sometimes
The
they
site
just
itself
build
has
on
been
top of
sacred
it.
for millennia, and it needs repair. It needs renovation, particularly if it's an earthen mound like Serpent Mound.
And so that is a theme that does seem to be repeated even under modern accepted archaeological understandings of ancient sites, like the Parthenon and the Acropolis.
Well, less so.
Less so in terms of the timeline.
Damn it, I had a sniper.
In terms of the timeline. I mean, one of the sites we visited for the series is an incredible pyramid in Mexico at a place called Cholula. And it is, in fact, the largest pyramid in the world. Very few people have even heard of it, but it's a much bigger pyramid than the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. It's not as high, but its footprint is massive. So it's a huge, humongous
They go into
thing
this in the
sitting
Ancient
there on the ground.
Apocalypse
It turns
show.
out that
It's it's incredible. Some of the recent finds and archaeological finds that are expanding the timeline of human history. It's so intriguing. And this guy's just asking questions, and he's out the evidence that the archaeologists have themselves brought out. It's really interesting. There's some cool stuff in there. I think you guys should maybe check it out there on the old Netflix at some point. Move into another game of DEADROP. Dr. Disrespect's DEADROP. With Christmas music. Cahokia is a wooden version. Oh yeah, I read that in chat. I'm sorry, chat. Archduke. Hello. Oh shit. No.
People. I didn't see nobody last time.
I don't even have bullets. Whew. Two players left. Good to see ya. Fortunate how it went down. We got one of our first Ks on the board. That'll happen though. It can happen to me right now. Name of the game. an eye out. Wait, it wouldn't let me mantle. And now I gotta go to the healing station. Say that out loud, should I? You'll know where I'm at. Oh. Add up. Oh, yes. Keeping it high. Fun's up. Smell a rat. Many ancient sites aligned with celestial objects. Supposedly, Great Pyramids are aligned with Orion's belt. Nice and quiet. Stealthy. Careful, boys. People love this little zone over here. I wonder if it's aligned with celestial objects. Unless we find any upgrades. Guys, we're playing with a rat. Oh, I can't hang in the back. Remember to put out a backpack next time. Good spot. Go up. Make it go down. That up. Good. That's clear. Takes it. Let's dip. All right, now we can upgrade a few weapons, go in there with a little bit better loot. Decent raid. Right away to our stash. Oh, thank goodness, it just grows. Get all this loot in there. Oh, let's get this backpack on. That was a problem. Get more loot out now. Leave some shotgun shells. We're gonna need to upgrade this. Weapons. Get some bullets in here. Start with our shoddy Bugatti. Go red. Sure, hollow sight. Little trip. Mag, boom. Look at that. Nice little upgrade. You. Oh yeah, let's get that barrel on. That's our nice little, blue sight on there. Dendo. Nice. Alright, so good to know though. We don't have to put like that. Yeah, we'll definitely get that on there. Let's get this sight. No, we can leave that on. We gotta get this sight off though. Let's take this sight off. Let's I think we will put a little sight on though, right? We'll go with the PTS. I like that. Here, we'll put that on for now. No, actually, that's what we're gonna put on you. We're gonna put you. We'll gadget on you like that. Try that out. Put a stash. Pull that weapon out. Where is that? Here we go. Look at that. Oh, dude, I love this. I'm getting like, I'm getting vibes from, Battle, what's that? Borderlands. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's sick. I think we're loaded. We're locked and loaded. Check the loot. We got a bigger backpack. Got the backpack on. I was just wondering, what can I look through these issues? Got them. All right, cool. No. All right, cool. Got some loot. Got an upgraded gun. We going back in to the mall. To the tune of Christmas music. Here's everybody on this Wednesday live. Might be the final stream of the year. I don't know about next week, but so happy holidays. Might take next Wednesday off. I might not be in town. I might not be around. We'll see what's going on with the weather. But maybe there's also the off chance that I pop in next week at another time. Maybe an unscheduled little surprise impromptu stream next week. We shall see. Got good, dude. I love this weapon. I'm loving this gun. It's my favorite pistol right now. Yes. All right. Hate this spot. the survey. Survey says if that's somebody who was in the match. Howdy. Howdy. Oh. Howdy. People. No reward for me to leave that spot. I'm not incentivized to leave this spot at this moment. Do you see why? Too many. I think we're okay. How the hell do I get out there? That's big time grab. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna have to figure out how to get there. Fuck. Oh, look, I can go down here. Go. How do I get down? Here we go. Run out of time. I think I got a minute now, and I'm there now. Still not sure. Oh, look at that war stuff. Things I like to see. Oh, last second. Yeah. Woo. Good extraction success. We still got our guns. Got some loot. Good. Now we got at least got more of a baseline to work with, right? Need more players. Typically there's like, I think up to 16, 18 players, right? It says. All right, let's get that into our armory. So it's all in. Nice little backpack. Oh, a nice little snub nose, whatever that one was. That's interesting. Oh yeah, we got the 4-star upgrade. We'll leave that in there for another day. Maybe I could upgrade some of these pistols. Right? Oh, look at that. Yeah, we got that AR now. Things you love to see. Right, so let's go grab that purple. Stash that up here. You can go there. Organization. Let's get some organization. Alright. I think we're good. Now, over to the armory. Ooh. Shop. Upgrade. Yeah, you're getting the 4-star. Yeah, you can get that. Yeah, you can get that. Yeah, let's give you the 3. Give you the extendo, and that's a nice little upgrade we're working with there. Yeah. Can we give you a nice little upgrade? Yeah, you're what we're rolling with right now, so we're not give you the best around. Yeah, I mean, you too. Let's increase your barrel. I like you a lot. I think we're good there. I don't know how to do these chips, but it's for out sights. We got laser sights though. We got upgrades here. Look at that. Some upgrades. No more sights? I thought we had plenty of sights. Boom. Little 1-star on you. Do you have any other shotties? Nope. Let's go back to the search. And everybody's got a nice Look at that. Ooh. Actually take you. Oh yeah, you're just a 1-star. You're just a 1-star. Okay, well, but you, that's an 1-star. Interesting. Let's take you off. You off. We want to see what you look like. A little dressed up, a little gussied up. Alright, stash. Looking good. Digging it. Alright. Armory. Boom. I don't have to change you, do I? So nice. Look at that. 3-star. Like that. 4-star. Cool. Let's head out. Play. Let's play out. Now I'm gonna load. Yeah. Look at that. Kind of Jurassic Park gun-ish. Now we got this gun. Love this one. This one's so good. Alright, so what we need though, in our inventory, in our stash, we need a couple bullets. We need to go with a full load of bullets. Right. So we go with a 50 load. That we already got a nice little backpack. I don't think we can upgrade these backpacks. We had one of these in the possession, but we don't yet now because we died. Alright, let's pull this gun out though for a moment here. Want to try it out. Just want to try it out. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Right. Home Alone. Freaking classic. All right, chat. I think we're getting close. What's the other Home Alone bit? Oh, that is fun. That is fun to use. All right. Wow. Put you back. You are a lot of fun to use. I did not want to put you back. I think we're gonna go in for one last round here. Let's go for it. We stack. The armory. No, I'm sorry. We our stash. Going in. We got bullets. Yep. We're loaded with bullets. We're not loaded with bullets. We're still short. There we go. Now we're loaded with bullets. Go in. Pop a little damage. There we go. Alright, chat. Last match. DeadDrop and Christmas music, that's the way we play the game. DeadDrop and Christmas music, Dr. Disrespect will feel the pain. When he plays the game with us, he will die, he will go all out. And I will take the dub and go for the win and all of it. Take it. The accolades. Love. Can I do with this weird build of a pistol shotgun build? Look at the damage. Woo! I'm liking this little red dot. Alright, we gotta remember to keep that build. We don't want to go in underpowered. We only have the 50 bullets. I think that's all we need. definitely 2 or 3 people in there. If there were more people in the game that we got to be worried about, maybe we go in there with a little bit more firepower, aka ammo. Don't know if we have to do. I like how it turns to the side. That is nifty. All right, making a little practice here. Can you pull out the pistol? Nope, can't. That'd be cool, but let's try it again. Okay. Let's leave the pistol out and then. Nope, we're dead. That would not end well. Cat, hopefully you have a fantastico holiday lined up. And stay safe. It's going to be freezing. It's going to be some snowstorms. They're saying storm of the century. I was laughing with my buddy earlier. I was like, storm of the century? How many times have we heard that in Chicago? How many times have they heard that in Buffalo, New York? Like, is this their... Like, we're looking at the national news like, this your first time? But it is going to be cold, snowy, wet. So drive safe, beware. Sucks though. Sometimes you're at the mercy of the people behind it or in front of you, and they're like, "Hey, wake up!" Anytime now. Oh, did I not click this game? Something happened. Something happened. It's fun, you know, just getting a little athletic. Now, Doc was talking about being able to jump off there. That'd be awesome. Be able to do like a one-hop, being like boom, boom. Be able, but like we're not athletic. Our jumps are not athletic enough to maybe do that yet. So maybe you need to tone up the jumping a little bit to make that. Well, maybe it'd be fine because look, you could jump out, bam, hop off, and imagine hopping off, going pop, pop, firing off a couple shots. You're running at the guy, pop, pop, jump off the wall, change directions, change the angles. I like that idea. A couple things in here though are slow, need a little fine-tuning. I don't need them to be so Tarkov-esque. When I'm going into these crates, I wish there was a, you know, sort all or just like grab all in my bag, even though it's like, you know, it might not be worthwhile all the time. Yeah, that ooh, gun, pistol, taking that. 4 players in this. We got more people, boys and girls. Been a quiet stream. Angus, thanks for hanging out. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. Catch you guys on the next one. Fired up footballers. See you next week. They do exist. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Alright, successful extraction. Load out the loop. Things you love to see, right? Upgrades. Got the weapons, get another one, or whatever this is. Let's figure this thing out. Got a nice little backpack. We get to keep our same weapons. Like that. Alright, so. Now, let's put this on the shotgun. Okay, alright. Let's go to the old armory. This is all nice and loaded. See if there's anything else here. Good. Okay. Okay, we're going 3-star. Toss that in there. How about with you on? Look at that. No, you're all nice. Dude, look good. So what's these chips? I still haven't found chips. So let's see. Oh, you know what? Do I have any discs? I have obelisk. Do I have no chips? Oh, okay, so maybe I need some floppies or something. No, I have floppies right here, see? I got floppies, I got hand grips. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do for these chips, but in due time, I'm sure we'll figure it out. Alright? How to get a chip in there. Fantastic. Alright, chat, it's been a blast. We're going down the rabbit hole. Hanging out here. Spitting fire. We'll catch you guys on the next one. Have a happy holiday. Catch you guys on the next stream. Fire it up. Followers, let's go. Stay safe and stay warm. Let's go. Like that with a couple clicks. Bam. Yes. Yes, right? Let's see if we got this. Let's see if there's some fun stuff. Little jazz. Alright. Little jazz. It's a jolly old St. Nicholas. Get a little feel for it.
Jolly old St. Nicholas.
Nah, I'm not feeling it. Maybe this one will do it. Jingle. Jingle.
Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight.
Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse
Happy holidays. It's been fire.
A day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride, and soon Miss Fanny Bride was seated by my side. The horse was lean and lame, misfortune seemed his lot. He got into a drifted bank, and then we got upset. Whoa! Jingle bells, jingle
Ella Fitzgerald is just phenomenal.
Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
I'm just crazy about horses. This is Christmas. This is called Let's see if this is Christmas-esque. Yeah, you see it. A little haunting Christmas. It's like an off-kilter Comfort and joy. Evil Christmas. Evil Christmas. I don't like it. Let's move on to the next one here. Yellow. Ooh. Classic. I'm not hearing what I want to hear though. You know. Come on, I want to get a little more exciting. Let's go. Oh. Original version. Tchaikovsky. They do exist. Yeah. Been a great year. 2022 in the bag. What does 2023 have in store for us? Who knows? But make your plans now. Get ready. Get excited. A lot coming in. A lot to look forward to. Guys, we'll see you on the next one. Happy holidays. I'm spitting fire. Whatever you celebrate. And we'll catch you on the next one. Fire it up, footballers. Let's go. Have a great one, guys. Good night.
happen. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. My neighbors compete to see who can put up more blinding lights. The kids all wish away the month 'cause they want presents in sight. This year had me so mad. I've been bad, got coal that is sitting under my tree. I think that my Christmas has died. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song.
When I was just a boy, Christmas brought so much joy. Couldn't wait for the presents and laughter. I couldn't sleep late at night, looking for Santa with lights. Those are the memories I still remember. Then I became a man, lost sight of who I am. But right in front of me was the answer. 'Cause on Christmas I feel joy, and I turn back to a boy. The answer is to stay young forever.
This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This